Hey guys, welcome to the stream. This is Arriagada coming to you live from beautiful Swan Lake First Nation, Manitoba. We're here today at the gaming center at the corner at the corner of Junction 23 and Junction 34. And we're here for the Hank 8-Ball Memorial Tournament in honor of Danny Mckinney. It is day one of a 3-day event. We've been doing the singles all day long. We've gotten to the point now where we're at the B-side semifinal. We have the B-side final after that. And after that, we're taking a break until tomorrow, coming back with the championship match in the morning. So that's where we're at right now. We're in the middle of the first rack of this B-side semifinal. And we're going to get straight into it. We'll start the timer on this one. This is Brian Ross at the table right now. He's playing against DARYL LACQUETTE. This first rack wasn't quite the run out. It was a bit of a battle to start. So Brian will take that first game. He's racing to 5. His opponent's racing to 7. Here's some of the pics of Dan McKinney. He's on the right there. Danny McKinney on the left on this one. Right in the middle on that one. Picture of his family. Picture of him doing what he loved most. This is a bit of a crucial match because winner here gets into a top 4 spot. I find this an interesting battle because both players are capable of running tables. So a 2-game spot between them should make a huge difference in this matchup, but so far it's only a 1-game lead and DARYL with a chance to be able to tie it up here. He just kind of came up short on the shot. Looks like he was trying to play for the 12 and he's come up short probably maybe half an inch. This happened in the last rack where the table got turned over. And Brian was able to capitalize on that one. Somebody made a comment on the floor how nice it looks. Yeah, it's a nice looking floor for sure. Beautiful design. I wonder if I can share yet. Nope, I'm not able to share. So, anybody that's tuning in right now, if you can share the stream, I would appreciate it. It's gonna be like that probably till tomorrow night because I got kicked off from sharing about maybe 7 p.m. Facebook's so weird, so stressful to keep dealing with them too because of their crappy algorithm. You know, streams get taken down after 30 days. No more than one person streaming per business page. And then they don't let you share what you love to do because they're stupid and like you're sharing pool, man. Who are you hurting in the world? Who's really so disappointed that you're sharing pool that it has to be a thing where they got to cut you off from sharing? It makes no sense. And the other thing too, if you're sharing to a bunch of multiple industries on different pages, yeah, you're probably a spammer, but I only share on pool pages. Doesn't make sense. I'm going to kickstart my TikTok account. Maybe try to build up 1,000 subscribers or followers on there so I can start streaming on there. And I don't know, because at least they let different people stream and all that stuff. But I don't know. We'll see. All I know is I'm getting fed up with Facebook, and there's a lot of other creators that I know that are getting fed up with it too. It's just not convenient anymore for what we want to do. They're trying to turn it into MySpace where nobody goes on it, and if you do go on it, it's really boring. If you don't know what MySpace is or was, it's probably because it wasn't that great and it didn't last that long. But without MySpace, Facebook never would have became what it is today because it wasn't around until after MySpace. Oh yeah, this is. Forgot to update the score. Or is it still the same rack? It might be the same rack. No, it's still 1-0 on their score. Not quite the way that he wanted to set it up, but he's got the shot to the side, so he's not bad. Just a little bit of extra angle, that's all. No problem for the mechanic. He takes the second game here. 2-0. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up, yo. B-side, semi-final. And we're going into rack number 3. DARYL LACQUETTE's going to get a chance to break. Trailing by 2, spotting his opponent 2 games. At this point, you're probably wondering why you're spotting your opponent 2 games. Looking for some action on rack number 3, and he's going to get it. He'll have a shot on solids and stripes as well. Just by the layout of the table and where he's at the table, I'm assuming he's going to go for stripes, but we'll see. There is one trouble ball, which is that 12 ball next to the 5. Right side middle pocket. I take that back. I thought that was the 1 ball sitting onto the cushion on the left side by the 10, bottom left corner. But that's a 9 ball. So yeah, the solids were definitely a better choice there. Didn't really want to go through that pile. Or did he? Maybe he goes to the corner. It's getting down to the sea. Patrick Hunting Hawk, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. April and Vance Fool, how you guys doing? Welcome. Well, that's not good. Turn the table over to the mechanic again, who's been able to work out the first two tables. I'll have a chance to work this one out too, and it's not too difficult. Problem A is probably where you're going to start, and problem B is just below that. You should be able to address that right away too. Got options to the side on the 13. 11's in a decent spot, so he doesn't have to worry about it too much. I think if you take the 13, you're probably setting up for the 9 ball next. Doesn't like the angle, that's what he's looking at. Okay, so it looks like he's thinking he can go off a couple of rails here to get back up. Yeah, I didn't like that option because now you're forcing the shot. Oh, he's going to get lucky here. Maybe. There's room here to be able to do that follow-through draw on that 8 ball. Well, that's a bonus. He made both, but I'm not sure he wanted to. Oh, that was the 8 ball. Never mind. Jesus. I'm tired, man. I'm wearing out. Whew. I was like straight staring at the table too, man. But like I said earlier, I'm on 5 hours sleep, woken up about 10 times, so I'm in really rough shape. The only reason I had all this energy throughout the whole day is because I'd been missing pool so much that I was just full of energy. But now my physical exertion is kicking in, and I can totally feel it, man. And we still have one more match after this, so I gotta find some energy somehow. Try some music. Yeah, that didn't work. I feel more like this. Game over. Oh, man. Rack number 4. Here we go. Looking for some action. He gets one in the corner. It's going to have options here for sure. Decent spread, too. It's not too bad. When I'm looking at this table, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter if we go solids or stripes. I'm leaning towards the stripes for sure. But the 8 ball's a little funny, but you get some options around that open it up, so it's not that big of a deal. And the solids are decent too, but the 2 ball is not that good. I mean, it does go to the bottom left corner once you move the 3, but it's asking for extra efforts, and I'm not sure that's something you really want to do. Especially when the match is now 1 game difference. That's the problem area. He's looking at it now. The way I don't know. I'm thinking I'm gonna leave that ball there. Maybe make the 4, make the 3, get over, make the 7, get set up for that 2, then go down for the 5, and then play shape for the 8. Yeah, this is not the way I would have played it. I think he was thinking about lining up for the combo, but like that's not a good choice. He could have easily set up for the 3 ball to come around off the cushion and back to the middle and taking the 7 from there. So now he's got to compensate. I mean, I think he still maybe has that 3 ball, but he's still looking at the combo. Oh, and he made a nice little combo there, but he tied up the 2. The angle on the 7 doesn't help him either. Everything was going to plan until he moved that 2 ball. He wasn't 100% committed and he really wasn't sure. So a bit of a sloppy execution on that one. That's going to turn the table over to DARYL, who'll have a chance to tap the match now. missed the shot to the side. Table's turned over to Brian Ross. He'll try to get on the board again on this one. There's a possibility of another match after this, though. As far as I know, we're having another match, but it is getting late. It's already midnight, and these guys are only 3 racks in. Tried his best to get in there. He was almost in that spot, but he was actually running towards the ball, not away from it. No options on the table for a breakout, so he's stuck with his back against the wall. Has to play a safety or find a way to create something out of this. Hi, Pam. Welcome to the stream. Keenan Hazeni, how you doing? Says, is this the semifinal? This is the B-side semifinal. It says right below the timer, the match timer on the top right of the screen. I usually put the information there where it's visible. People tend to look at the clock, so when you look at the clock, you see where we're at in the tournament. I didn't see what he did. What did he do? Oh, he just made it, that's all. Three to one. I'll be right back. All right. So I'm talking pretty low on my mic. A lot of people always said like, I don't know how you do it, man, but like we can't hear you. And there's been times where like I'm this quiet, like I'm not super quiet, but I'm quiet enough where nobody's really interfered with my talking whenever they're playing. But I've had people complain to me as they're playing because not that they can hear me, but they can hear my deep bass from my voice, and it throws them off. That's crazy, right? That's something that I can't really do anything about because if I'm trying not to speak loud, then my voice has to drop a little bit more because I'm speaking low, right? Yeah, I've had people tell me that, man. And not only once, it's been a few times that people have said that, like, yo, man, turn down the bass. Like, I can't, man. I was born with this voice. Well, not literally born with his voice. I mean, I didn't come out talking like this, but as soon as I was a man, that's the voice that I've had, right? All my boys have the same thing. They all have that deep voice. As soon as they turn into men, their voice changes and it gets deep. My oldest son, like he sounds really good. I always try to get him to do the streaming work. He never wants to do it, but I tell him like, dude, if I had your voice, man, I'd probably be famous around the world for doing commentary because it's just a beautiful, deep voice that sounds like relaxing, you know. And but he won't do it. He likes playing pool, but he's not into it. He's definitely not into streaming. Good shot. Good shot. I'm trying to remember if my dad had a deep voice, but I don't think my dad had a deep voice. And no, I didn't get it from my mom. I have no idea where I got it from, to be honest. But all my boys have it, so it's genetic through me. So it must have meant that my dad had it too, but I don't remember my dad having a deep voice. All I remember about my dad is that he was, you know, the stern guy that if he said jump, you jumped, man. And if you didn't, well, he'd help you jump. As long as my girls don't get a deep voice, then we're good. But no, my girls honestly sound good too. They have nice voices. One of them's trying to be a singer now, and she's really good at it too. She's got a unique voice for singing. Gonna do some work with her. I've been talking about it for a little while, but I've just been so busy over the last couple of months, man, with hospitals and traveling for work, and you know the holidays came up here, Christmas holidays. So I haven't really had much of a chance to work with her, but I'm gonna set her up a nice studio. I got all sorts of like sound booth stuff to help her out, and I'm gonna stream her, record her, so she gets a chance to get more confident on the mic and in front of people, and hopefully that'll help her develop the skills that she's looking to develop to become the singer and artist that she wants to be. So these guys have a 3-2 score, which is that what I have here. Did they update it yet? They haven't updated it, I don't think. Oh yeah, that's the score they have, 3-2. I think one of the most fascinating things about pool, to be honest, is how like every single time you break, you almost never see the same pattern. And I say almost because there's got to be at least a couple of times where they see the same pattern. You know, maybe it's slightly different where like in one of the patterns it was solids a certain way and then the stripes are that way in the next pattern. But for the most part, I don't really recall having any tables that looked the same where I was like, oh yeah, last time I played this shot this way and the angle worked out this way. Like, no, never, nothing like that. It's always adapt, try to figure out. And then the other thing that makes this interesting is that a lot of times, like you're set on your path, on your pattern that you're gonna take, and then the table will give you a funny roll, which changes your whole pattern completely, and it makes you adjust completely to something different that you weren't really expecting to deal with. Um, I think that's one of the many challenges of pool that a lot of players have a hard time with, but I personally enjoy it. sure if he was trying to open up that one ball or not. I thought he would try to open it up because he was right there, but maybe he was a little bit more disciplined. Just figured to get the breakout here from the 5 ball, but doesn't have the best angle, so I'm not sure he's gonna go for that now. And that's the 8 ball just above the 1, so that doesn't help him anything. Yeah, he's got no choice but to take the 5 ball here. So I'm not sure what he's gonna do with this 1 ball because it doesn't go to the side, and the bank option isn't there really because that 13 ball kind of gets in the way just slightly, about maybe one. I want to say about a quarter of the ball is maybe in the way for that. Can definitely make that 1 ball in the bottom right corner. So if that's the way he's planning it, then he's okay still. Taking a look at that option now. Nice shot. He's going to give himself just enough to be able to make the 1. And he's got that 10 ball as a cushion ball, which should hold the cue ball up, giving him the shot to the side on the black ball or the 8 ball. Oh, it just went in. 8 ball left just to make it a 3-3 game. That's a nice little finish there. Ties up the match at 3. And he's racing the 7, so he needs 4 more. His opponent's looking for 2 more. 45 minutes into the match, and we're 6 racks in. I guess that's about average, right? Yeah, we're averaging 7 minutes and a half per rack. I think Brian goes to 6. I gotta double check that. Oh yeah, it's a race to 6, race to 7. I made the adjustment here on the scoreboard. Gonna make the adjustment here on YouTube as well, on the post write-up. Yeah, guy, how you doing? Says, hey, Rod, how are you, bud? I'm doing all right, man. I'm a little tired right now. I've been wearing down for the last couple of hours, but I'm doing all right. I'm feeling pretty good. My blood disorder is starting to get under control and starting to get a little bit more energy and starting to do more things, and definitely been busy with work. That never changes, you know, and I never turn down work no matter what. 6. How you doing, man? How's your weekend so far, even though we're only on Friday? Oh, something's going on with the internet. Looks like I'm losing the signal, but I don't think I am. Oh, I stopped doing that anyway. It might be a little late to ask these kind of questions, but those of you that are watching right now, if you're a pool player that plays in tournaments, which handicap system do you feel is better at the moment? The CompuSport rating, also known as CSR, or the Fargo rating? I'm going to ask that question again tomorrow when we get into the afternoon, but I'm curious what you guys think. Just interested in the opinions of the players because it kind of gives me an idea where to focus my energy on, whether it's going to be CSR or Fargo. I originally started running Fargo. That's what I was doing for a long time. But then once I started seeing CSR and understanding more about CSR, I felt more confident about using CSR. And the only reason why is because up until people started using CSR, which was recent, nobody really knew about CSR. So like people were building up data without even realizing they were building up data, right? And so there was like less room for people to manipulate the numbers and all that. So he's got this table figured out. No, he's gonna miss the shot. And that's just fatigue, you know. They've been playing all day, and so like if you're walking around all day and not doing anything else, just walking around, you're gonna feel somewhat exhausted from a long day of walking. But when you're walking and thinking all day like you are in pool, now your brain's really, really exhausted. So as time goes by, as you get closer to the evening, it's really tough to find that mental focus and stability to be able to continue to play with a focus level like you want to. A lot of times players are gonna miss shots, right? Or they're not gonna make them as clean as they usually do. Gonna go check, see if there's any comments on that. Nothing on Facebook. Got some comments on YouTube. Yeah, guy says, that's good. I'll see you tomorrow. Right on, man. Says, I wish I was playing in the singles, but I had to withdraw because I had to work. Oh, that's too bad, man. Feral Roulette, what's happening? Says, Brian broke 2 games in a row. They were actually, that happened amongst themselves because they were talking and like, is it my break? Is it your break? He's like, I don't know. It's like, oh, you break. So that's what happened there. You guys says, I think Fargo is more accurate myself. So Fargo, the reason why I don't feel as good about Fargo is because like when Fargo first started, yeah, like everybody was good with it, but eventually people understood and some of the people even started looking into the algorithm trying to figure out how the system works so they can manipulate it. And you know, I know people out there are manipulating the Fargo rate. So it's not good, you know, and that makes me nervous that people are able to do that and get away with it without anybody really noticing it. Though, however, there's like oh man, I wish I remember what the story was, but um, there was a city in the States where people were like falsifying data into the Fargo rate system, and they were creating, you know, like flaws into the system by doing that. So what Fargo did is they just said, okay, well, you know, you're not legit, so we're taking all your data and erasing it, and you're not welcome to do that data with us no more. That was a really intense moment for the people that were involved, for sure. Anyway, the only reason, like I said, I like the CSR is because in the CSR, like a lot of people didn't know that CSR was a thing even, so they're just playing all the time, not worrying about it. And then, you know, the CSR was getting built up, and they had no idea that that's what it was. And now, when people try to manipulate the system, it's a lot harder for them because that is pretty concrete. I know how to manipulate these systems, but I never do. You gotta lead by example, right? That's the way they say it. Someone's got this all figured out. He's looking at the bank option here for the close on this rack. That bank option isn't there no more. The kick shot's not there either, so he's got to come up with a good safety now. Because of the 13 ball being laid out like it is, it's going to make it really tough for him to be able to play that safety that he's thinking about. That was the problem with that shot, that no matter what, he's going to leave a shot on the 13 ball. I'm being lazy right now. I'm holding my mic stand in my hand. I don't want to lean forward, man, so I'm just leaning the mic back instead. that's going to be a tough shot too, because he's going to try to get that past the side pocket. But anytime you try to do that, it usually clips the horns of the pocket and it comes out. I don't like that option. But he's kind of forced into that situation because of the angle that he's got on the 13 ball. Oh, he almost missed it. Oh, and it just missed the horns. Perfect. That was a good shot. He's got the 8 ball available too. Very nice cut on the 8 ball. So 4-3. That was not part of the plan to miss that 4 ball, but unfortunately for him, he's turned the table over to his opponent, and he's going to have a chance to get on the hill here because he's only racing to 6. A little bit of work on the table still. Got to open up the 15, open up the 10 ball, or 14 ball, sorry, that's sitting next to the 6 ball. calling the shot as it was aiming down, and I don't know. I felt like he was gonna miss that shot, and he did. Those are just little bad habits that players have to clean up. I don't think he's got much to shoot at here. He's gonna go off the rail and in for the 5 ball to the side pocket. He's gonna make a beautiful shot from that. I still got a bit of a puzzle to figure out here. He's got the 1 in a bad spot. The 6 ball is still tied up to the 14. The 4 ball and the 7 ball. Sorry, that's the 8 ball. The 8 ball and the 7 ball are tied up to each other right next to the 3. Definitely a lot of work left. He's got to crash into this 6 and 14 ball. I like this shot here because those two stripes don't really help in any way, so opening them up is a good choice. And he's got the cushioning and support to be able to get behind it like that. Yeah, great shot. That's a match-winning shot right there. Calling a safety. Nice hit on the 7 ball. Great escape. And not a bad reply, actually. Worked out decent. There's really not a whole lot he can do, but that 6 ball being in the spot where it's at. I'm not sure I would want to set up my opponent with a side shot on this 7 ball. And if you are, then you kind of want to set him up with a straight shot to the side pocket where they don't have any angle to go up or to break out that 6. He's looking at those options right now. Not bad. Trying to force him to open up that 6 ball for him. Now, the only reason he's thinking about actually going into that 6 is because he feel like he can roll up behind that 8 ball and freeze him. But that's not the right shot. Oh no, he's going to lose the cue ball. Worst case scenario there. It's a little bit of bad luck. The only good thing about all this is that his opponent doesn't really have many breakout options for that 14 ball, even with the ball in hand. I like the way he's looking at this though, because now he can make the shot because the ball's guaranteed in the pockets as long as he contacts that 14 ball into it, and then it should be okay. I gotta watch the shot. April still has to be figured out, so he's in a little bit of trouble still. I guess you could always leave a setup for a bank corner, but not sure if I would go that way myself. It looks like you created the angle here to break into that 8 ball. And now you're at the mercy of getting the right roll once you make contact between the 6 and the 8. If you split them, you're going to be okay, but if you run into the 6 ball, you're in trouble. If you run into the 8 ball only on the bottom side towards the bottom right corner, then you're in trouble as well. Oh, you didn't even try. Smart. Yeah, I wouldn't have tried either. I wonder if he can just cheat this into the pocket. He's so close to the pocket that he can maybe get away with it. Other than that, he's going to have to bank this out. His opponent might call me to come up and watch the shot. Got that one. Yeah, I thought he could cheat it. We'll let it play again. It was clean. His opponent kind of wanted to call up the ref, but there was enough room for him to cheat it, and he kind of knew. Yeah, he was clean on the shot. That puts the mechanic on the hill. 5-3. And there's supposed to be another match after this still, so I'm not sure if that match is going to happen or not. Because so far, this one's taken almost an hour and a half. And it could still take a little bit longer, which means that the next match, being a B-side final, should automatically take longer than this. So if this match takes an hour and a half, the B-side final should take about 2 hours. Statistically, anyway. You got some comments here. Sorry, guys. Corey Watson. Facebook says safety, leave the queue up by the 13, split the 11 and the 15. Another chance to split them and leave them up by the 13. So that will do. YouTube is on a chill. No comments anyway. So we move into rack number 9. The mechanic to break, looking to close out the match now. Well, he's going to come up dry, and that's going to give Daryl a chance to get going here. Just needs to win one to make it a 1-game difference. Then he gets a chance to break, and if he can get that table under his belt, he makes it 5-5. Only has to survive 2 more racks after that. With only one break going towards his opponent, he's got a couple of them, so he's got the advantage in a sense, as long as he can survive this rack coming up right now. perfect pace for the 10 baller. Yeah, actually, maybe like this 14 ball better because then create a better angle for the 10 ball. But the finish on the 9 to the 8 is very challenging, so I don't think he wants to go that way. And if you go 10, trying to shape up for the 9 ball, you're going to push that 8 ball towards that 3 or in between the 3 and the 6. And that's going to take away all the pockets, technically. This is challenging no matter what. But I like taking the 14 coming across for the 9 first and then finishing off on the 10 ball. Doesn't look like he was thinking that way. Looks like he's trying to finish on the 9. So the way he's thinking, there's a little bit of a gap between the 4 and the 9. And he feels like he can get perfectly in between there if he gets the right angle on the 9 ball. He'll just settle for a longer shot on the 8 ball. Try not to get too fancy here. He's got the opening. Very nice, very nice. And the little bump into the horn saved the day too, because had he not hit that, I mean, he would have still got good on the 8 ball anyway, but hitting that straightened out the 8 ball for him, giving him a better chance to get out without having to worry too much about cue ball control. Can just roll this up now. He's gonna follow it through, and that's the same thing. 5 to 4. That's supposed to open the table up a bit more, but it's created more of a problem. However, he still has a shot here that can open things up. But I believe he's leaning into the 10. So I don't think he can take this 2-ball. And his opponent's standing up to take a look to see if he needs to call me here. Tough table. You know, the 4 and the 6 look like they're in good spot, but there's like no way to get onto them. If you could get onto them, that would be okay, and then you have an out. But the way he's set up here doesn't quite work. And he's got the option on the 1-ball down there if he wants to come back up from the top of the table. But and I'm assuming that he's solids here. He might be stripes, but I'm assuming he's solids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. There's 6 of each, so I'm not sure if he made a ball yet or not, but pretty sure he made a ball. And the way he's walking around and looking at things, it has to be solids. I wonder if he's contemplating maybe trying to play this with spin, but like, I don't think that 2-ball goes, man. I can't see the 2-ball going in from here. And I know my spin's pretty good, but I think if you try to spin this as much as good, you're going to run into that 10-ball. No, he was okay. He was right. And that's opened up the table pretty good for him. He's found himself at the finish line anyway. He's got the last 3 balls in the 8-ball remaining. A straight line on the 7. Great setup here for the 4, 6. I'm assuming like you probably want to play the 6 with a draw for the 4, but that all depends on how he looks at this here. The only reason I like the setup for the 6 or the draw for the 4 is because then the 4 will give you the angle to get around for the 8-ball. But I mean, you can create that with a 6-ball too. You just have to make sure that the cue ball angle is proper. It's all about the pace on this one. And I think he decided to go with the 4 instead. Draw back for the 6 with a Proper angle to go off the bottom rail and straight up to the middle of the table on the 8. Bit of a poke draw on this one though, or follow it through off the left side cushion and back across to the right. Shooter's choice. Decided to poke draw it. And he's hit it with a little bit of extra here, so now he's not necessarily in trouble because he can still make the 6 ball, but tough for him to get onto this 8 ball now. He actually has to crash into that 11 and 8. All in on this one now. Oh, and he got a nice little result. Or did he? I'm not sure if it goes to the corner past the 11. It looks like it does from this camera angle. He's looking at both options here. Definitely got a good roll in the sense that he was able to see the 8 ball after the breakout. But it's crunch time now. He's got to come up with a big shot. If it goes to the corner, it's not that big of a shot. If it doesn't, he's got to get creative here. Oh yeah, I went in. That's for the match. 6-4, the final score. 6-4, and we'll see if we end up going to another match. It is 1:08. This match took 1 hour and 42 minutes. That means that the next match should take about 2 hours, 2 hours and a half. Yeah, they're gonna play it out, man. One more match. B-side final. Joking on air. All right, so the scoreboard set up. The only hard thing here for me with this having to play another match is they're not going to be done till like almost 3 in the morning, if not later. And then they have the final championship match scheduled for 10 a.m. So that means that I would have to go to the hotel, sleep for like 4 hours, 5 hours, come back and put on a full day again on only 4 hours sleep. That's not going to be very good for me or for my health, to be honest. But so I'm not happy about this right now. But I understand they want to get it done, and I just have to tough it out. Rack number one of this matchup. Clock has started. It's a B-side final. Last match of the night, hopefully. They might have called Larry Hunter to come back and play. Yeah, he doesn't have many options here except for the cut on the 5 to the corner. And even then, like I'm not sure if he even get around for shape on the 3. Or a breakout on that 6. Oh, it almost had a chance there. Or sorry, that's not the 6. That's 2 or 4 that's sitting above the 8. I guess it would be below the 8 on our screen. Nice little breakout there. You need to get both out, though. We got one of them anyway. was trying really hard to open up the 13 ball, and because of it, he's missed the 11. Turn the table over to Brian, who's going to have a really good chance here to steal that first game. The biggest problem for him is getting that 8 ball open, but he's got a perfect angle to start with here off the 2 to get into that 8 and then have the 5 balls an escape shot. So, in poker terms, he's sitting pretty right now. Now, Farrell wants to know when 8 ball teams, what's it, start time. So they start tomorrow at noon. Gonna be a long night, says Vivian. Oh, yes. I am so exhausted. And I don't know, because now they put that last match till tomorrow in the morning. I think I have to be here for that championship match, which means I'm not going to get any sleep today. I'm already on timer for the 7 hours left right now for me to sleep. So I come back. Actually, it's less. It's about 6.5 hours left right now for me to sleep. And I'm going to be here for at least another hour, maybe 2. But they call me the hardest working man in the industry for a reason. I'm super exhausted though right now, I'm telling you. And I'm not sure how tomorrow's going to go if I end up going back to back 4 or 5 hours sleep. If I get 4 hours solid, no problem. But like last night, it was broken up, so I didn't really rest well. A lot of it has to do with the medication and treatments that I'm taking to kind of create insomnia. Come up short here. He's going to give Earl a good chance here to take on the 15 and open up that 13. Oh, he's left himself a very challenging shot here. I think he's thinking about that bang side, but I'm not sure if I like that. I think I take on the tough cut to the corner myself here. Missed the shot and he scratched. That was not something he was counting on. 8 ball sits by the pocket, so this is a good opportunity now for Brian to take the first game. Takes the 8 ball. He almost scratched, but he didn't. 1-0. Lost the cue ball a little bit there, but he's still okay. Actually, he's decided on a bank, maybe? Oh, he's supposed to stun over more, and he just came up short on the stun shot. Having a hard time getting into this match because I'm tired. And my wife is messaging me, so she's got me distracted with the phone right now. Not much I can do about that. I have to answer her text. So. But in a sense, by her messaging me, she's keeping me awake, so that's a good thing. Let's see. Corey Campbell says, I don't think I've ever seen a slower player than this Brian guy. Vivian Ross says, these two both play on the same team tomorrow at noon. Oh, that's interesting. YouTube. Nothing going on YouTube. They're quiet right now. I'm surprised there's still a few of you guys watching, man. It's pretty late. I'm not surprised at the same time because when I first started streaming pool back in 2018, me and Andy Kempa, who was my old co-commentator, we would put on a stream till like 4 in the morning, even 5 in the morning sometimes, and people would be tuning in from all over the world around 3 or 4. I'll be right back. back. I have to go and find something out about tomorrow. Oh, long night, man. This isn't that bad technically, because if you if you play derby, derby is a crazy tournament. Like people say they go like 20 hours without sleep playing. So the organizers there and the streamers there, they gotta be super exhausted by the time everything is done. The only reason why I'm feeling this way, like if I would have slept 8 hours, I'd be fine right now. I'm usually a night owl, but right now I'm only on 4 hours sleep, almost 5 hours sleep. So I'm feeling a little weak, but don't feel bad for me. Don't get me wrong. I'm just letting you guys know why I'm not too talkative and why like the energy is dropping quickly. Some of you that have been watching throughout the day, that watch me at the beginning of the day, you're thinking, "Wow, this guy's like a totally different guy at night." He's just tired, doesn't even talk. I'm trying to talk, I really am, but I can't. Like I almost can't think sometimes because I'm just feeling exhausted right now. But I think it's more about the pills that I'm taking. And it's funny because I took these pills yesterday at 10 o'clock and they kept me up all night. This time I took them at 6 o'clock because I didn't want to have that insomnia. But I kind of felt like it was going to kick in, and it hasn't kicked in yet. I'm waiting for it to happen. But the way things work, and I'm laughing about it because I just know how life is. Like it's not kicking in here. But as soon as I get back to the hotel, or I haven't even gotten into the hotel, never went back. As soon as I get into the hotel and I lay down thinking I'm going to sleep, I'm going to have no sleep at all. I'm just going to be waking up the whole time. And then see what happens. So I saved it. Oh, I tried opening it up and nothing really happened there. Wow. So you can see that these guys are a little exhausted too. One. They're discussing whether or not they're going to continue or stop. They're going to continue. I'll be right back. The gaming lounge or the gaming lounge, gaming center. They're closing in 10 minutes. So I'm gonna go grab a bag of chips or something so I can have something to eat, pick up some energy. I'll be right back. We're tied at 1 right now. This is the B-side final, and we got the mechanic Brian Ross breaking here in rack number 3. So he's still okay. I'm not sure what he's pondering about, but I'm pretty sure he's okay right now. Just got to punch draw this with some right hand draw off the cushion. That's the second time that he's done that in the tournament today. Earlier on, he had a shot that was similar to that. And it's not the shot itself that I'm talking about. It's the fact that he was down aiming, trying to figure out what he was going to shoot at. And then he just called it as he was already down on the shot. He's like, oh, I'm going to call this to the side. And then when he went to shoot, he missed it. Why? Because he's making the call while he's down on the table. Should assess the shot, look at the table, decide what it is you're going to shoot. Stand up, let your opponent know what you're calling, get down, reset, and then shoot. That's the process. But he didn't do that process twice so far today. And it's costed him a couple of games. Still in the tournament, though, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. But he is on the B side, so that means that it caught up with him on the A side. He's calling the corner, so I'm assuming he's going in off here, off the rail and in. Very nice shot. That Federer Gore style kick shot. He hit it pretty good, but he's left himself a challenging 8-ball here. It is a makeable shot. The only thing that kind of scares the player here is the scratch angle. Oh, he made the shot. Good shot, man. Takes the lead, 2-1. That's what I have, but I went to go buy this, so I don't know what happened there. Yeah, you're welcome, Vivian, for sure. I didn't like. I was given the option to shut down and just go to sleep, but I felt like there's like a few, like not a few. There's about 30 of you guys watching altogether. So I felt like it was wrong for me to shut down, so I just kept going. And then I was given the option to miss the championship match tomorrow morning to not stream it. But in my opinion, that's probably the most important match that anybody wants to watch. So I can't skip that one. So whatever happens here, I'm gonna have to come back and be here by 9 in the morning. Came up short on the opening shot. gonna miss the shot to the corner. Thought about it for a long time too. Wasn't quite sure which way to go, and once he committed, he ended up missing the shot. So Brian Ross, a chance to be able to take this game and maybe tie up the match here. Weird spot to be in for sure. It's got a back cut angle on this 14 ball. I'm assuming he's stripes. Maybe he's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Oh, yeah, so he's solid. It's okay. Held the pace on that one. Gonna be shooting over the ball slightly. This is a challenging shot for sure. Whether you go corner or side, it doesn't matter. Good shot. That wasn't easy for sure, it wasn't. That's going to tap the match at 2. Surprised they didn't scratch on that one. Cue ball was rushing to the pocket, but for some reason it just kind of spat out a couple of horns. It's a tough layout here. No real opportunity to be able to open up with anything, so it's gonna have to play a smart shot right at the hop, I think. 14 ball might be the only ball he can see in the bottom right corner. That worked out nice. A little bit of creativity on that one. Drew that cue ball way too much. Left himself no options here. Can still bank this 15 ball. Can't really cut it, but he can bank it, and the bank's not quite on because the 4 balls there. Oh, he almost made it. Almost made it. Got pretty good on the lead, though. Great try, but he's going to come up short. And looks like he's returned the favor here, not left anything for his opponent. The only thing I can think of is a long rail kick shot on the 15, but it's tough. And you need to put extra pace in it so you can get the cue ball to move around for the shape on the 11 ball. Darryl takes the lead, 3-2. All right, I'm gonna attempt second wind here. Just took a quick bathroom break, got myself a water, and I think that's enough for a reset, right? Let's get it going. No effects on this one. 2:36 a.m. here in Winnipeg, or Winnipeg. Oh my God, I'm tired. And Swan Lake, First Nation, Manitoba. I'm so tired. I think I'm home. Like the weekend's over already. I'm just ready to rest. This is a nice little spread on this table, so there shouldn't be any problems here. Well, I guess there's that one problem with the 11 ball sitting near the... Oh, wait, that's not the one. That's the 9. Yeah, so it's not that bad of a table. If you believe it's all the man on the moon. Nice thing about being on the stream very late is like nobody's really on, so I can sing and have fun, and nobody's gonna complain about it. Usually everybody's like, "Shut up, man." Not today. Let's see. Wake up, Rod, says Don. Oh my God, it's tough, Don. I'm telling you right now, man, it's tough. I'm on less than 5 hours sleep, and that 5 hours sleep, I woke up 10 times throughout that 5 hours, so I'm like super exhausted right now, man. Tomorrow I'm gonna be okay. Well, maybe not now because it's later and later. I'm gonna have to be here early. But originally the plan was like I thought we were gonna be done here by like 11, maybe midnight, and I wasn't supposed to start the next day till noon. So it's like, oh man, this is awesome. Like I'm just gonna get some really good rest tonight. I can maybe work a little bit more on the stream and try to set up some more stuff on there. I was already having this really nice plan, and suddenly I realized that I was in the twilight zone, and then really 11 became maybe 4 in the morning. It's been a battle, man, but I'm doing my best right now, man. I'm telling you, I'm doing my best. He says these guys are slow players. So, like, technically they're methodical, so they are going to be a little bit slower, but I think they're a little bit slower or more slower than usual because they're exhausted, right? So, like, Earl was waiting all night to play the match, and Brian played basically 3 matches back to back leading to this one, so it's going to exhaust you. It's going to make you, second guess. You're not going to be seeing the table clear. You're not going to be able to execute the shots as good as you normally can. All those kind of things happen whenever, you go on a little bit later than usual and you feel exhausted. And just imagine how the people at Derby feel, when they're going 20 hours, no sleep and sleeping for like 4 hours, getting up, and then boom, you got another 20-hour day in front of you. And if you're playing all day long, that might be better, but usually they're not. They'll play a match, wait an hour or two, play another match, and you can't leave because you don't know when your match is going to come up. So you're just hanging out and talking to everybody, and that's exhausting you too. And as I was talking earlier, I was saying, like if the brain doesn't know the difference between you're actually there or you're not, right? So when you think of something, that's what they say, like the thoughts manifest things, because that's how you get your brain to work with you and all that. So the brain doesn't really know what's going on. All it knows is that you're telling it a command, and it just knows that. So when you're playing pool, when you're watching pool, if you're just glancing at it, you're not really paying attention to the cue ball and the position and whatever they're doing. Like if you're not playing out the rack, in other words, in your mind, then it's not gonna affect you, right? You're not gonna have that like, oh man, I feel like I've been playing pool all day. But let's say you sat there. Okay, so let's say you sat there for like, I don't know, 8 hours, for just an example. Right? It's a little extreme, but let's say you sat on your couch for 8 hours watching WNT. Or wait, let's make it better. You sat on your couch watching CSL CUESPORTS Live for 8 hours. Well, we're in Fantasyland right now. So you're there, you've been watching it for 8 hours, and the whole time that you've been watching, I've been talking to you about like why this guy's doing this, how he's gonna do that, and you're like, oh, I would do this, I would do that, and you start imagining the process of what you'd be doing. It's not long before. Oh, I think we're getting kicked out. No, maybe not. Anyway, so if you're sitting there going through a pattern all day long, paying attention to everything that's going on the table as a player would, and you're engaged into the match as if you're actually on the table, you slowly start imagining yourself being at the table as you're thinking about these patterns. You start connecting the thought of you actually shooting and what it feels like when you're shooting, and you almost kind of want to do the movement even. So anyways, getting back to the point is that while you're doing that, you yourself know and you're 100% aware that you're not actually playing, that you're just watching somebody play, because with your eyes, you can see that. But your brain doesn't have eyes. Your body has eyes, but the brain itself doesn't have eyes. And the brain only knows how to respond to what's being put into it. So when you're thinking about pool and you're watching somebody play pool and you're going through the process of playing the game with them, shot per shot, where you would go, what kind of spin you would do, all that kind of stuff, you're actually doing the same thing that you normally do when you play pool. So your body thinks, hey, this guy's playing pool all day, and that's how it thinks. So good luck trying to change its mind. That's just what the brain thinks. So therefore you start exhausting just like as if you were playing. So maybe 8 hours may not get to you, but let's say normally you go to a tournament and after like 10 hours, you start, well, pardon my French, but you start pooping out, right? You start like wearing out, like, oh my God, I suck. I'm missing everything, So then the same process would happen if you were sitting there watching pool for that amount of time. So you would get to that 10 hours, and then suddenly you would feel like, oh man, I'm just feeling so tired. I think I'm going to go to sleep. And that might be a natural process for you because you're thinking, well, I'm tired, so I should be sleeping. But the reality is that if you didn't watch all that pool, your brain never would have thought that you were doing all that exercise, and therefore you wouldn't be as tired, right? Another thing, too, that the brain gets exhausted because you're analyzing the table and you're trying to work out the situations, the problems at the table. So that makes it just as hard. I can be a perfect example of that right now. I've been here all day, and since I started, I've been watching everybody play pool and everything, their choices they're making, all that kind of stuff. So it's in a sense, for me, it's like I've been playing pool all day long. So right now, I'm super exhausted, man. I mean, I feel like I went to a big tournament that I was waiting to play like all week on 4 hours sleep, and I got to the finals right now. That's the way it feels. Like you don't know why you're there, but you're there and you're super exhausted, so you're feeling like you're not going to be able to do anything, but somehow you keep doing it. That's me right now. I'm talking right now, right? Jeff says, lack of respect for the game, speed it up, or calling a ref. Oh, that's a touchy one, man. But yeah, I see your point. A lot of people kind of bring that up, and they say that kind of stuff too. Like, you got to call a ref and speed it up. But they're not going to do that here. And honestly, like, you're going to expect this to be a little bit slower because these guys are tired just like I am, man. But they're going through the motion because they already started the match, so there was no point in stopping it. You're already into the motions, right? So, and we're almost at 3 o'clock. I jokingly said when these guys thought about playing the match, and not this one, but the one before this one, which was around, I think it was 11 o'clock. I jokingly said, like, we're going to be here till like 3, right? And then a little while ago, I was like, oh my God, it's been like 40 minutes for one rack. And I said, we're going to be here till like 4. Well, it's 2:45, and we have 5 games in out of a possible, what is this, race to 7, race? So 12 racks. So there's 7 racks available still. Now, I'm not like this guy that can predict the future or anything like that, but common sense says to me that if we got into 5 racks in an hour and a half, and there's 7 racks left, that means there's at least another hour and a half left, if not 2. So if we say, let's get a little crazy here and just go overboard by saying it's going to be 2, that means that I wouldn't be getting out of here till 4:45. And that's like if I just walk right out as soon as they're done, which I'm not going to be able to do because I got to get stuff. I got to, take care of the equipment, all that kind of stuff, right? So I'm here for a little bit longer. Okay, I think it's 4-2. I have to go check, man. But I'm feeling a little better anyway after getting a bottle of water, kind of freshened me up a bit. I'm getting ready for the all around the world crew. We got people from Guam that tune in at this time, people from Africa. I've had people from China even tune in. It's kind of cool, man. Oh my god, I forgot what I was trying to do. Oh yeah, so I'll check to see what the score is. I kind of want to say like, oh, maybe they snuck in another game in between when I went to the bathroom and I went to get a water, but like, there's no way, man. This has to be the right score. On the money. 4-2. And so is life, they say. Or c'est la vie. Rack number 7. I got some energy coming. That's weird, man. Hopefully that lasts while I'm driving later to the hotel. It's only a 20-minute drive, but the way things are going for me, it's probably going to be a 40-minute drive. Something will happen along the way, like somebody got into an accident, the cops decide to, pull me over for whatever reason, like something like that. And they'll just hold me up for 20 more minutes just because. Hopefully there's no repeat like in Victoria. I went out to Victoria, BC for the CCS, Victoria Island Championships, or Vancouver Island Championships. And yeah, that kind of happened out there. We were all like, tired getting back to the hotel. And at first, we all I wasn't smoking, but everybody else was smoking. So we kind of just hung out and talked. These are all like Predator people, JAMA people. Like everybody's hanging out, right? We're all working together. That was for the Predator event in Red Deer. And it got to the point where like everybody's okay, well, let's all go to sleep. Or okay, we're gonna go to sleep. So everybody, like they all went to bed, right? And I don't know. I decided to go for a walk. I was gonna go check out the pool room, because I know the other guys were like repairing felts and all that. They do that every day for the Predator events. If a felt's a little funny or a rail doesn't sit right, they'll take that thing apart at night and they'll fix it, man. They're really committed to how they take care of the conditions for the competition. But anyway, so I was in my mind I was gonna shoot some 9-foot. I just got to see that Predator 9-foot table for the first time, and I wanted to get a good feel for it and play some games and maybe even get a little bit of action. I'm not really an action player like gambling, but that day I felt like I wanted to be. So I was gonna do that, but my hesitation just kind of kept me back, and everybody else went to sleep, and then finally I was okay. You know what? I'm gonna go to sleep. I go to sleep, and like I don't know, not even 10 minutes later, man, fire alarm's going off. Everybody has to evacuate the building. It's like, oh my god, I'm tired. I finally decided to go to sleep, and this is happening, man. So I'm telling you, like, I'm probably gonna get pulled over by the cops for some stupid reason, just because I'm driving late at night. Like, where are you going? I'm going to the hotel, man. Why are you going to the hotel? It's closed. Because I gotta sleep, bro. That's probably the way I'm gonna say it too. I gotta sleep, bro. I ain't got time for this, man. Get your K9 off me. Oh no. I just created this scenario because my brain doesn't know the difference, right? So like now I jinx myself. Jeez. I'm kidding. I can even laugh a little bit. That's crazy. I was just like dying 5 minutes ago, man. Yeah, you're welcome, Don. Absolutely, man. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. Thanks for tuning in, man. Appreciate it. Same with everybody else that tuned in. And those of you that kind of stayed on here, too. Like, It's starting to get a little bit lower and lower because, you know, it's getting later and later. I understand. I'm not insulted if you guys are like tuning out because it's time to go to sleep. Have a little nap for me too, man. Put in a dream in there too because I want to make sure that I was sleeping good. And that dream better be about me sleeping because honestly, I need that too. I'm crazy, you know. I was telling people at the beginning of the day on the stream, like, I love what I do. I have a lot of passion for pool and all that kind of stuff, but you need to go to sleep. You need to go to sleep, woman. You're stacking. Oh, no, that's, I don't know. Maybe, but I am drinking water. I am drinking water. I'm sitting back right now with the microphone in my face. I'll pull it away a little bit. Making me lick my lips now. What? Not what he was trying. I mean, it was what he was trying to do, but he didn't get the position that he was trying to get. Yeah, I am. I literally licked my lips. I'm like, what? What's going on? I'm smacking. Not sure what happened. I guess he's trying to figure out how to get the finish on this one. I can tell you without even looking at the whole setup on the table, he's probably like at 1%. But because I say he's at 1%, he's probably going to make this 1% shot. Yeah, yeah. We were talking about the shot earlier. If he's going to do the same thing, he's looking to go into the rail, spin with left hand spin off that cushion into the 7, kicking it to the bottom right corner. Really tough, but we were just talking about how he did this recently. So he's got a feel for the shot already. Good try, Emmett. He popped his shoulder a little bit, which usually, like, you're not gonna have body movement when you're playing pool unless you're not 100% sure about something, or if you're just shooting a shot, you're not really onto position, you haven't thought about where you're gonna go with the cue ball, or maybe you did think about it, but you're changing your mind as you're trying to shoot. Whatever the case, those are the times when you actually have the body movement, and he had a lot of body movement on that one, so he wasn't quite sure. Like maybe he was thinking what I was thinking too at the same time. How we were just talking about the shot. That probably led to the thought of like, oh, I'm gonna make a great shot on the TV. Next thing you know, you missed the shot. And that's just, you know, I'm thinking out loud, thinking that might be the scenario that played out there because if I was on the table, maybe that's what I would have thought. Although I never really think about like I'm gonna make a great shot on the TV, but and usually I do when I'm playing pool. There's always a couple of great shots that come out every time because I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like every rack requires like a really tough shot that you have to make in order to get out, or a really nice shot to be able to get out. So like I don't know. It's just theory anyway. At least that's the way it feels like for me when I'm playing. I always find like there's that one shot where like if I take this hard shot right now, I know I can make it. It will solve half the puzzle for me because now I just gotta get into potting mode. You know, positional play is already like under control. So then I will take that shot, you know, and 90% of the time I'm gonna make it. I usually don't take shots unless I know I'm gonna make it. Because I'm a methodical player. And I don't know, people probably say I'm slow too, man. But the way, so I don't know, my thoughts when it comes to like pace of speed, how people are playing, the way I think is if I took 5 minutes to run out that table because I was slow walking around looking at everything, well, let's not say 5 minutes, that's pretty fast. If I took, say, 10 minutes, because that's pretty long, I think. If I took 10 minutes to run on a table because I was walking around thinking about everything and you never shot, it made no difference. Right? It shouldn't even matter to you, the fact that I played slow because I ran at the table. Right? Now, let's say I run the table out to like 4 or 5 balls and I'm taking forever and then I miss an easy shot. Well, yeah, you can say whatever you want then because I deserve it. Let's be honest here. You're wasting people's time, man. But if you're going to finish that table on that turn, and it's going to take you a lot longer to be able to do it because you have to be methodical, because there's scenarios in there that you have to try to figure out ahead of time, I'm not going to be mad at you. Somebody else might be if you're playing against them, but it's reasonable, I think, because there's really it wastes the least amount of time in a tough situation table, right? So now let's say that you decide to interchange with your opponent, or somehow you guys interchange because you missed a shot, whatever, you hooked yourself. Now that 10-minute rack could easily become a half-hour rack, right? So you might be happy now because you get into shoot, I'm getting to shoot, nobody's waiting around with the other guys taking forever, but we both took forever together. And that's the real reality that nobody ever talks about or sees because we're only worried about how we feel personally about the other guy taking forever. I'm in a mood, man. I'm in a mood. I woke up. I guess, like, whenever you're like this and you're tired, like, there's going to be a point in time that the clock's going to flip and you're going to be like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to stay awake, man. I think that's where I'm at right now. But yeah. Oh, the other thing too that I always talk about, like, and this is something that, like, there's only a few of you guys watching right now, but there's going to be more people watching, throughout tomorrow if they watch the stream. Maybe I'm giving away a pretty good secret that nobody's ever going to see, other than the people that are on right now. But this is the reason why I started being more methodical, okay, in a sense. Because I said to myself, in a situation when I played good, I thought about there might be a problem there, but I didn't really think about it too much. Like, I acknowledged it, but I didn't really, like, commit to acknowledging it to really do something about it. Well, eventually I got into a bad position, and it took me like forever. I don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half a lifetime, but it felt like forever, man. I couldn't figure out how to get out. The only thing I could possibly do was just hit a ball, and I didn't have much option there either. So on that day, I said to myself, like, I can't be playing like this, man. I said, like, I have to find a way to be able to not waste my time on the table. So instead of me spending 5 minutes trying to figure out how to get out of trouble, I'd rather take 5 minutes trying to figure out how to prevent that trouble from happening, right? So then that means that I got to work out on a good pattern. I look at the table, look at every angle that I have available, starting from my starting point, right? Because your starting point tells you, like, oh, you have this angle, you have that angle if you take this ball, and you have this angle if you take that ball. If you play this shot this way, you got this angle. So you see all those things. So for me, if I see there's a trouble situation that I need to address ahead of time, that's what I do. And I always say, like, I'd rather spend 5 minutes trying to figure out this table right now instead of spending 5 minutes trying to get out of trouble. And now you can take that however you want, but that's life advice. And that's, if you're going to be a great pool player, trust me, that's going to be your bread and butter. And if you're a fast player, awesome, good for you, man. But so just so you guys know, like, there's going to be some lefties that are going to say, well, I'm fast too. But generally speaking, right-handed, or sort of right brain thinking people, because it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be right-handed if you think with the right side of your brain. Usually it is, though. So right-handed people tend to think quicker. Not necessarily think quicker, but they're they're more natural. So they see the shot, they automatically know, like, I got to put some spin on this and I got to go this way. If I go up that way, I can shoot that ball. Good enough. Go. A player that's a left brain thinker, which a lot of people say they're left-handed, which honestly, there's a lot of methodical people left-handed, so they might be right. The way we look at this is different, right? Like, so we're looking like, okay, so I can make this shot, and I can definitely go up there. That's the next shot I can make right now. But yeah, this is how you slowly start playing slow. But what if I played this with bottom rights, came off 2 cushions around those 3 balls, and landed perfect for the shot to the side? And then, like, yeah, I'm going to do that. But then you're like, oh, wait a minute. But what if I put this kind of spin and I end up running into that ball? Now I'm in trouble. Oh, I better do this instead. And then you're like, oh, but what if I get an extra rail and I scratch? Okay, so better me do this. And you work that all out and you're finally, okay, this is what I'm going to do then. And then you're like, you know what? No, I'm going to take the other ball instead. And then you go through the same process all over again. That's a half-hour match right there. Half-hour rack, never mind match. But yeah, that's left and right. That's the difference. But yeah, so if you're at the table and you're playing, you know, just keep that in mind. You know, better to be smart ahead of time and work out that table properly instead of just going with your gut. You know, you're saying, well, as long as I go into this area, I should get a shot, right? Like, I'm only running into 5 different balls, and for sure the one that I'm trying to get to is going to open up. That's why you're always in trouble, man. That's why you're always losing. It never goes that way. You have to find a way to work on the table ahead of time so you prevent the mistakes from happening, right? And that's the same reason why advanced level players like to, you know, go after their trouble ball almost immediately. If they can go after it right away, they always do. I know that I do, because the sooner you attack that problem ball, the sooner you solve your puzzle, and then you can deal with everything else, right? If you leave it to the end, you're usually going to get into some trouble. You know, you're not always going to get the perfect angle for the breakout. You're not always going to get the perfect shape so you can make that last ball. There's going to be times where, like, you feel like you can, and maybe sometimes you do. But if we were to do it 10 times, I bet you that the times that you do it is probably only 1, if that. Because not everybody does good, right? Yeah, I definitely caught my second one. Or maybe it's the pills kicking in. I was talking about my pills that create insomnia. It could be the pills kicking in right now. Probably because I was saying, like, oh yeah, like today nothing's going on. Yesterday I couldn't sleep, so now the pills are like, oh yeah, we're going to keep you up tonight too. Life's always funny, man. Oh, I don't know. Maybe for me it is only. I always find a reason to smile and laugh. That's the best thing in life, though. You know, how many times have you thought about the greatest moment in your life while you were crying? Like, nobody ever thinks of that. But when you think about the greatest time in your life, there's always a smile because you were happy, right? It was a happy memory. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to get in a group, but I need some more water. I got an invitation to a public group, USA Pool League. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Join USA Pool League. If you want me to come stream your events, I would love to do it. Oh man, I didn't even know you sent me an invite to join the group Pit Stop One Repair. Right, Pittman. You guys looking for some services on your queue? Tips. I think that's the only thing he does is tips and shafts, like cleaning the shafts, but I don't think he does anything advanced yet, like ferrules or wraps. But you can get a hold of Ryan Pittman, who's a pool player, pretty good one too. He does that kind of work. Good guy too, so you know you're not gonna get ripped off or anything like that. Cookham's Bingo. Why would I go to Cookham's Bingo? I'll accept the Canadian Junior Billiard Association for sure. All right. Big breath, boy. Big breath. Let's get into this. Oh, he was trying to force things open for that 9 ball. Did he get it? I don't think he got it. That's pretty creative, though. I mean, the way he hit that, he spread everything open. That was almost like a snooker shot. When you go into the reds and you open them up. Me like it. It reminds me of snooker. My one true love on the pool table, or on the felt, I should say. All right, so everybody's like sleeping now. Oh, YouTube picked up. Facebook is falling asleep. I don't blame you. Facebook is boring. Especially now that they don't even let you put on news or anything. People used to do like news streams and all that stuff. They don't allow any of that stuff anymore. It's funny because like you joined Facebook because it was fun. You know, you had all these freedoms. You can do whatever you wanted. Creativity galore. And Facebook's now basically become the government, man. They're like, no, you can't do that. Oh, are you trying to have fun? Get off my algorithm. Then you lose your account. Yeah, that happened to me once. They were tied at 4. This one might go to the hill. We're in trouble. The time is 3:08. And I feel bad for the organizers here because they got to come back in the morning. But, you know, maybe Farrell's going to be coming back tomorrow morning. He probably went home to sleep. I haven't seen him in a while. Approaching the 2-hour mark now. And we are tied at 4 in a race to 7 and a race to 6. Harold Cameron is racing to 7. And Brian Ross is racing to 6. Hey, Brandon, people, are you still watching? I'm going to go home now. I'm kidding. All right, here we go. Rack number 9. I even sound like I'm excited again. Wow, this is cool. I've gone over to the other side. I'm no longer tired, man. Oh, I like this one. I gotta look into this. Crazy. Reading something there about vision blurriness. Apparently, retina damage is irreversible. Once your eyes go, they go, and that's all there is to it. I mean, if you have some sort of like diabetes or anything like that, just happened to come across the post. Well, just when things were starting to pick up, we now got ourselves another really messy rack here. It's gonna be like a starburst. It's gonna have to open up that pack. Hope for the best. Looks like he's aiming for it right now. Straight into it. Oh, 8 ball's moving. Not bad. It's got options. Worked out nice. 6 ball was a bit of a problem ball, but the 1 ball being where it is kind of gives him an escape through a combo. Couple different ways you can play this pattern, but I think he's really focused on this 3 and 2. And not focused on the way where he feels he has to break him out, but focused on the way where he feels he has to play into them right now. Try to draw into them here. No. I thought for sure he would have drawn into them there because he had the angle to be able to do so. And then he had the 1 ball's an escape shot. I'm not sure how he's going to get out here now. I just don't see the out. I think the 6 might still be okay without the 1. You can probably still cheat off the side cushion and into the pocket. I don't think the 3 or the 2 have any pocket available. Not really what he wanted to do. So the first thing I thought when he was looking at combos for the 1, I thought maybe that 2 ball went to the corner. I don't know if it does, but if it does, then he's in good shape here still. And if it doesn't, well, he's in a little bit of trouble. I don't think he's got the shot on the 2. Definitely has an option with that 6 ball if you want to bank that to the side. I don't think he really has anything else. Once you move that ball out of the way, you've opened up the table pretty good for your opponent. The one thing that kind of saves you is that 15 ball, but your opponent has lots of options there for breakout. Overbanked it. And he moved the 15 ball. I think it's still safe. That could have been a bad error, but I think he's gone away with it. Yeah, these guys, I'm surprised they're actually playing some okay pool because like you should be tired and exhausted right now. It shouldn't be easy for you to get around this table and figure things out. And you should be having a lot of brain farts, but they're not really having those. There's moments where you can see like, oh yeah, these guys are worn down, but they're still battling. One thing for them, like I'm worried about myself because you know I gotta have a long day tomorrow working, but for these guys, they're supposed to start playing the team event at noon tomorrow. So as of right now, they're in that 7 hour sleep window for tomorrow. And they're probably gonna want to come in a little bit early so they can warm up. So technically it's less than 7 hours at the moment. And the reason why I say that is because it takes the body about a half hour to fall asleep once you go to sleep. Some people, including my wife, claim that you can just close your eyes and go to sleep right away. I woke up 10 times throughout the night last night, so I don't believe her. It's probably my baby girl kicking me in the face or something like that, and I don't even know it. She's probably the one that's waking me up all throughout the night. It's not even the pills. Got out of position here. That was not part of the plan. Yeah, I'm not sure what I would do here either. I guess you'd be looking at, like probably like a bank. I'm not. Well, I guess I'm a lot better than I used to be at it, so I might take on something like that, but usually don't. Yeah, he's calling it. It's gonna go wide, just wide. A chance for the mechanic to get on the hill. Oh, he is a snooker player. Okay, so that makes sense because the way he plays the shots and the game, like you can see, like yeah, it makes sense now. 100%. Thanks for saying so. I didn't know. I watched him play a few times. I know he's a pretty good player. Now it makes a lot more sense why he's a good player, though. Anybody with a snooker background is going to be a pretty decent player. Just saying the word snooker makes me want to go and practice. Just in case, I like that name. Welcome to the stream. Richard Medina, welcome to the stream. We're in a B-side B-side final. Race to 7 for the player that's at the table right now, Harold Cameron. Race to 6 for his opponent, Brian Ross. This is the last match of the night. Tomorrow, the championship match will start. It's supposed to start at 10 o'clock, which I don't think that's going to happen now. Yeah. And then the team event starts at noon. With the A-side finals being scheduled for the A-side final being scheduled for 7:30 p.m. tomorrow for the team event here. What's up, Stuart? How you doing, man? Not sure what you called here. Oh, nice shot, man. That was pretty. Takes the lead. Race to 2 now. Race to 2 for both of them. Nice little cut on this one, man. Ooh, dale. 5-4. Dennis Baptiste, what's up, man? That one seals rack number 9, and we're now moving into rack number 10 out of a possible 12 racks. Race to 2. It was race to 7 and 6, but Brian needs 2 to win, and so does Harold Cameron. Usually has some pretty powerful breaks, and that one sounded like it was pretty good, but nothing really went down, and the spread isn't the greatest. I think it's decent, but it's not the greatest. But definitely better than mine. I just make a ball, and once I make a ball, I just go. And I have an interesting break, too. I have a messy break, so my break is set up for anybody to have a difficult time to run it out. But a player with good cue ball control can do it. Let's see. Says, what's up, Rod? I'll be there. Nice. You'll be here tomorrow. Cool. Who are you playing with, man? Who's on your team? shot. I was trying to get the break out of it, but he didn't get it. You should be sleeping, Dennis. You're probably going to play at noon tomorrow, man. Barry, Chief, and Junior. Oh, wow. You guys are pretty stacked. You guys are pretty stacked. That's going to be a good team, man. I haven't even looked at the rosters yet, so but that's a pretty good team. Nice shot. Very nice shot. Lots of distance. Cheated the angle to make sure he got the combo in. Very nice shot. Harold Knight, Greg Bone, welcome to the stream. Vivian Ross, or sorry, I gotta read the last name here. Walschlager, is that how you say it? Walschlager. Welcome to the stream. What up, Tim? Welcome to the stream, man. Mr. Roland Iron Man, what's up, brother? Welcome to the stream. These guys will not survive in a WNT timed match. I get a feeling like they would just panic. What do you mean I only got 30 seconds? I don't even know if I could do it. I'm methodical too, man. So I'm not like a fast player by any means. I am pretty accurate though, and I have a lot of knowledge. So my pattern play is really good, which makes me a bit faster than some of my fellow methodical players. But when I watch these matches on WNT where they have the timer on, I just don't see how I can do it, man. I guess I could. Maybe it's a really good thing for people like me, you know, because we just let our natural flow go through, and that's probably better than overthinking. There's a lot of times where I'm thinking too much and I get into trouble because I overthought. That happens more often than I want it to happen. Trying to work out the details here. One of the things that you know, yeah, there we go. That's what I like. I was gonna say one of the things I don't like, you know, about playing pool is when you have to like stretch out and use like a extension. But if you're smart, then you become ambidextrous, and that changes everything. Oh my God, how did he jump that over? He scooped that right over everything. I saved that because that's a blooper, man. For sure, that's a blooper. Look at this cue ball. All right, so he's not ambidextrous because if he was, that never would have happened. But he knows how to shoot ambidextrous, so there's shots that he can make. He's just not fully ambidextrous. For me, I would have made that shot for sure. I can make the shot with, I'm a lefty naturally, so when I play right-handed, I can make a shot. I can put spin on the shot. I can draw back off that shot with my right hand. There's not much I can do. I can spin like really tight cuts. One of the things that I haven't really tried much with my right hand is breaking, but my break's actually a little bit better, I think, with my right hand than it is with my left hand, sadly enough. And I still break left-handed. I don't care. It feels natural because it is. Looks like he's got this one here to get on the hill first. When this match first started, I said this one has all the signs of it going to a last rack. Right now, it doesn't look like it, but I know better. Because it's late and I'm trying to go to sleep. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I tried to curve in there. couldn't do that again if you wanted to. Yeah, that was a really nice chip shot. I mean, that's his inner golfer coming out. He's getting ready for golf, practicing a swing. Let's check it out again. Like the perfect jump, man. He should have split those balls or something, but he just jumped perfectly over them. You can see his face. He's all stunned, like, what the hell just happened? Am I still awake or am I dreaming? That should be the highlight of the day. He's on the hill. Chance to go for the kill here on rack number 11 because he's breaking next. Oh, he's not. So Brian gets a chance to stay alive here. Just needs to make a ball off the break, get a decent spread, and work it out, man. Did that really go off over there? I didn't hear anything. I don't even know what I did there, but hopefully nothing happened. All right, we continue in this match. We're going to play to the break of dawn. Bring me some breakfast and some coffee. 9 GMs and 2+ hours. Not or 9 games and 2+. I know, man. I know. It's like a marathon, but not the kind of marathon you want to watch. I don't know. I don't even know if you want to be a part of that marathon, man. You know, maybe as a spectator on the side, looking the other way. But that's the reason why I created this match timer, right? Well, I didn't create it, but I created it for myself, for my stream, because I wanted people to kind of see when the matches were fast and the matches were slow, and it was like, oh, that was a long match. Like, I can tell you now, it was. It truly was, man. It's 2 hours and 25 minutes. I mean, I could have won a tournament in that time. Me and Tim could have had a race at 21. I'm like in and out now. So like an hour ago, I was like, yeah, I'm wide awake, man. Second win. I love it. Now I'm like, I just gotta get to the hotel room. I want to sleep. It's not bad. I mean, if you're up right now watching TV and you're like, yeah, you know what? You're tired. Ha ha ha. I'm just sitting here watching on my phone. You suck. I'm kidding. I asked for this one. I came out, right? I came out. I offered to come out and cover this event, so here I am. And I'm just being playful, man. He's on Good chance here to finish this table for the win. And the winner of this has to come back tomorrow and play against Larry Hunter. Championship match. I'm keeping people on YouTube up anyway. They're all entertained right now. Right on, guys. It's a good. He's got the shot. Almost at the finish line. I'm gonna go start my car. I should have enough time still. I'll be right back. All right, so Earl Cameron wins that one. Oh, wait, the rule says win by 2? I'm kidding. It's over, man. It's over. It's over, baby. Thank God, man. Somebody get me out of here. All right, so yeah, congratulations to Earl Cameron, who's going to be playing tomorrow against Larry Hunter. Chance to win $1,600 for the championship match. And congratulations to Brian Ross, who's going to finish in 3rd place. Let's do it the right way. That one's for Earl. This one's for Brian. This one's for Brian, too. Nice try, bro. All right, we're out of here, man. Oh, wait, let's do it the way we usually do it, just slowly, ever so slowly. I'm just kidding. Find me on Facebook if you guys want to add me or follow me. Just don't follow me in person. It's kind of creepy, but social media, you can follow me all you want. And you can find me under Arriagada space Q Sports Live, Manitoba. Find me on YouTube as well if you guys are looking to get better quality in your life. Arriagada /CSL Manitoba. You won't regret it, I promise. And if you want me to come out and cover your event, message me at cslmanitoba@gmail.com. That's the only way to find me. And, you know, I'll be there. And one thing you'll know right now, for sure, is Like, if you hire me and we gotta go past 2 in the morning, I'm your guy. I'm gonna die first, but I'll come back to life, and then I'll just keep going. At least that's the way it felt like today. There was like a good hour where I'm pretty sure I was dead. It felt like I was. And then suddenly I was like, oh, wait, I woke up. What's going on, man? Now I'm like wide awake because the pills kicked in. Now the insomnia finally kicked in. Oh, my God. Anyways, that's it for today, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm going to try to come back tomorrow, but I may not wake up. I really might not. I might just say, screw this, man. I'm just going to sleep in. Don't bother me. Pick up the phone. So, yeah, we'll say 2 hours and a half. That's decent, right, for a race to 7? Let's get out of here. The last highlight, it was the scoop jump shot over the top for the perfect 3. Ooh. Look at his face. Like, yeah, what the hell just happened? We gotta see it again. That's a highlight of the day right there, man. Wow. Take that guy to the carnival. He's gonna win you those big stuffed animals. The only guy that can, hit it on the spot. The more you sweat in practice, the less you bleed in battle. Get to the table and work on your game, man. That's all I got. Usually I got this big spiel like do this and do that, and like you close your eyes and think about how much you love pool. Right now I'm so tired. Just get out there and work on your game. Damn it! I'll see you guys tomorrow. I said I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes, there we go. We will see you at the tables next time. Have a good night, everyone. Don't forget to like and share the stream next time. All right. See ya. And I got an outro. Of course I got my little exit. It's always been there. This is where I usually say, the shout out stuff, right? Like, hey, what's up, man? Like, what's up, Pete? Welcome to the stream, brother. Out in Australia. I said, I missed you, mate. I missed you too, brother. But I'm back, man. I'm back. Hopefully for good. I'm going to start doing things. I'm going to start streaming again, man. Like, I mean, I've been streaming lots, but I'm going to start streaming pool again. Because, Donald Trump's going crazy in the States, so I got to try to go crazy in Canada. All right, so this is a shout-out thing. Nobody said anything on YouTube. They're still there watching, but they're like, I don't think I'm sleeping too, bro. All right, we're out of here, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know there was some quiet times, but that was in the middle of my death. I came back to life, okay? I did a lot for you guys. I mean, how many people come back to life in the middle of the night for you? I'll see you guys at the tables next time, which is going to be tomorrow. I don't know when. I'll see you then, though. Cheers. Have a good night, guys.